problems out in the world, huh? Good for you. Earth's a good place. Worth fighting for.
The oldest encryption methodologies sometimes contain decrypts. Sometimes.
Never seen one of those. Always something new.
I don't have time to watch the news anymore with the fleet and everything. This city is all
Earth's a good place.
if we
Worth
abandon
fighting
it,
for.
what's left?
What's the dematerialization lens filter?
Solving problems out in the world, huh? Good for you.
I'm just hoping that with the new broadcast the issues are going to be resolved. I'm not sure what's causing it. It's possible that it's to do with the game and gameplay, because I know that previously we were getting no lag at all on Destiny, but as it is on Game Pass, you know, there may be some issues. I'm not sure. They've not really improved the
No
Twitch
substitute
app
for a full
on
magazine.
Xbox, and generally until very recently, when they discarded the services of mixers, they were favoring Mixer on Microsoft, and I didn't really like the services and everything else that came together with it. Twitch
you
was
just
indeed
hear, Guardian?
beating into it by a mile, and I did spot some difficulties with the Twitch app as far as the picture so far, and I think that considering the new console is coming out on the 10th of November and there aren't any other proprietary platforms attached to Microsoft, it's likely they will massively improve the streams to Twitch, which remains still today the most engine for streaming. So right, so where
Stop
we need
fighting.
to get some of these, whether this is going to be possible. Need to get a cup of tea as well, so bear with me. Looks like we do not. I vault and delete some stuff in there in order to I have always some doubles.
Every little bit helps. Trust me.
This'll work.
We should forget about fighting them on the ground. Go for their supply line.
Speak to me not of the darkness. I want
Right, so let me see the doubles. The edition, and in here we have Knowing Hunger, different one, and then we have the other ones. Let me see this one here. Stance, as you can see, power. What's the difference? 1003 hours. Not getting any enhancement calls. Sometimes you do not. We all live in hope. So there we are. No doubles. Oh, there's one. What is that? No. In here we have plenty. So 50. We'll get rid of these. Still leave it. Only have I got no too many. Yeah. Some consumables, but we are not getting what's. Okay, that's 901 and a 6, 1005. Always keep one of those in the vault. Crooked Fang, not too bad either. And 10. Yeah, loads of leftovers from the old. You'll recall that Shadow keep coming up, the system of and power. Our friend's asking, are you going to stop the stream for today? No, the stream will carry on, and I usually stream for about 4 hours per day presently. Previously we had lengthier streams, like 5 to 6 hours. So at the moment I'm doing my streams between 2 o'clock PM and 6 o'clock PM UK time. That's 1400 hours and 1800 hours UK time. And you know, that's just the schedule at the moment for everything I do here on Twitch. Afternoons, basically. The technical issues are there, but I can't get rid of them. Sometimes they are connected to Twitch and the online stuff, but in Britain we have very poor internet connection everywhere, and relatively few areas access fiber, and even area like for in this particular town, but that doesn't mean that every single area will have it. Do you know what I mean? The vast majority of the other areas cannot access fiber. For any form of broadcasting to have fiber all the time. I keep getting buffering literally all the time on my display. Are you getting buffering all the time on your display as well? It's like literally I just keep seeing buffering on my display here, and it's eat some of the, and then it's some other, oh yeah, Holtroibs. Robes. All is in order. These ones can be disposed of, as well as the highest value. 956. That's probably, I don't think I have anything. What was it? Oh, the Sengram. Okay. Just picked up one of them. So I can't really do anything that way. It's not really funny. Right, so that's 1, 5. It's not. Well, that would need. But I do have another which is much higher than that, I think, there. Yeah, we need to put Cerberus on. And doing something wrong in there. Automatic rifle, and then we'll have our primary infused idea. So Virus, but I really Virus does the business for me in the Crucible. It eliminates lots of opponents. A really good weapon. Yeah, interference. This is, well, I keep getting a message contacting Destiny. And I do need. Okay, that was mine for this degree of gloves. Really can do that. Let's see. No, it doesn't need that though. Have at the moment, doesn't matter. We'll do it later. Back to the vault, and we really need to crack on with some act. The idea is simply to make it as indefinitely. It Bungie servers as well. It's ridiculous. Lonesome at times. Just keep one lines. Very similar. In the vault, whatever we do not need. Let me see. In here we have Scout Rifle Knight. Don't want that either. Yeah, we'll have Springer. Don't really need it. Sword, masts. Rocket launcher, heretic. No, these ones all have to be kept, but I don't use it that much. The tricky thing is we can use just like to use, but then mainly the choices between primary and secondary, and for then I would have, let's say there's a need for exotic rocket launcher, so you pick it up and place it there, being the case in all the enemies with. Here we'll have no Dream Bang gloves. No, we'll place both of these in the vault. So that's all sorted. We have the altars. I certainly am. A minute or two, we'll depart to our next destination. That's gonna be the moon, and we are. Tess Severus has got something for. Oh, we've got that. Disappointing. That is disappointing, right? This is not what I wanted to see. We got that gold. Unlikely to be very useful. Well, we'll get 2 upgrade modules once we complete. So the ideal is, and then you also go to Escalation Protocol or to the Altars of Sorrows. Going to be getting a lot of good loot, and you'll be leveling up rapidly. So remember, harder the activity, greater the reward. Oh, we need to play football sometime in here. We'll depart, so bear with me, I just need to have a very we'll go to the moon. There from Tess Severus. Yeah, the ghost is very nice. I've just changed skins, you know, the pattern on it, and I like the as they call it, the skins. Yeah. Hang on, what did I do now? Yeah, I've got the cruise. I prefer them. At the moment, we'll keep the ghost. Okay. Fine. So now is the time to... We had, well, quite a lot of... So that's really cool. Thanks for being here. And we have quests. What is there to be completed? Okay. Right. Essence of Insanity. Go to the moon. These ones we completed yesterday. Nightmare Hunt Insanity on Master difficulty, but I'm not really leveled up for that, I'm afraid. I'm very far from it. Master difficulty will need 1080. So let me just quickly... Yeah. As far as now, as you could see, making it really difficult for everyone to win. What's this? Dungeon. Pit of Heresy. Oh, we need to defeat Zal. Well, this is maybe what we'll do next. But before anything else, we'll go to Eris. We need to collect some. This is what I always do. First of all, we do admin at the tower. Then we go collect the bounties either at the tower or elsewhere. And then we'll crack on with some action. Well, first of all, we'll do the altars. So make no mistake, we'll have plenty of fierce action here in no time. And that is the idea. How's everybody doing today? Another misty, rainy, foggy type of day here in London suburbs. Yesterday when I went for my dinner it was very foggy. And on the way back it was a bit like, you know, the Dragon's Breath type of effect, if you're familiar with the legends of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. It was that, the fog was that thick in one area. Cornish fog in Hertfordshire, my goodness, what's happening to the world? Global warming, climate change, greenhouse effect, or just simply the way the nature is around here, I don't really know. But what's interesting is the Dragon's Breath in our area, in other words, thick fog, arises literally from the ground, you know, so you have one section of your landscape completely disappearing. It's a bit like something out of Stalker or Fallout. If you walk at night, it's quite eerie. Oh! Lucio is saying that he can hear me a lot better now and he relaunched Twitch and everything works fine. Twitch sometimes does have problems, you know, with bandwidth, and that's to do with the number of people that are using it. I went to a couple of their kind of on-site briefings with the top executives of Twitch, and this was, you know, prior to the pandemic. It was last year, a couple of years ago, and they have a fantastic new office in the very heart of London. It's on New Oxford Street, and we talked about ins and outs, and they literally said they couldn't believe that Twitch was taking off in such fashion from 2015. They said 2015 was a critical year. It was just everything went up and up and up and up and up, you know, because they purchased the other company and they developed it, and suddenly it became a global sensation. I think they probably will have to invest in greater bandwidth and more servers, and with the new gen console it'll be very, very heavy on the bandwidth for them. The new consoles will have higher quality graphics, meaning burning up the bandwidth, occupying a lot more space. And don't forget, it's possible that the new version of Destiny that I'm streaming at the moment is already quite heavily taxing for Twitch. It's possible, because I can see the difference in my display. It looks much superior. You know, the Cinema Black is second to none. Every single detail is visible, and if you're doing it on a PC, then you'll be able to see also the difference with the graphics. It's really much illuminated and very different to what we had before, the way we wanted it. On the other hand, you know, I said to you earlier about the vaulting of those planets. I've been vouching for those planets to be redone because I felt the company that was doing the background did really very, very kind of a shoddy, poor quality job. and you really could tell if you were to compare the way this moon looks like with Io Nexus. It's just beyond comparison. It's just a completely different quality, and that for me would be good enough reason for things to be withdrawn and then reworked. Like with Halo Master Chief Trilogy, you know, if you rework the environment, then it will just feel brighter, more atmospheric, closer to next gen, and I really appreciate that. Right, well, I said we are going to be doing some battles, but I keep talking, and as you know, video gaming is all about connectivity and communication. Connecting with other members, connecting with our community, and communicating. And certainly once we get everything through xCloud, that type of activity will be exponentially rising. Lots of new members coming in from every corner of the planet.
The fight continues.
Let's see what bounties we can collect. Right, so we have I think I still have to do some quests before I pick up these fragments. Okay, and then we'll go to the lectern of enchantment, and we'll pick up these. Everyone should always remember to pick up bounties, because they'll give you experience points, high quality loot. You've got to always pick them up. I used to forget them in Destiny 1, you know, do everything else but forget about the bounties, but I was taught a lesson. Can't really complain. Thanks to my community members here, within 3 months I was able to progress rapidly forward within the original game, and I think within 4 months I completed all 3 characters, and we did the vast majority of things, with exception of pinnacle weapons, and that's exactly what Destiny 1 is ideal for. But you know, it was revolutionary at the time, but in the last 7 years we've had other games that are very, very similar in concept, and I think everyone who's been hammering the games like Ghost Recon, Breakpoint and Wildlands, as well as Rainbow Six, and most importantly, what was the other one? The Division, of course. The Division 2 in particular. Very dependent on the team input. If you want to be collecting certain things and building the character, makes a very, very big difference. Significantly different compared to Destiny. It's a different environment, you collect the items differently, but still, if you rely on your community members and your teammates, and if they appear to be the veterans of that particular game, you will progress rapidly forward. And there are some sections that are quite tricky in the Division 2. I've not played the latest expansion, but certainly it does appear to be enhancing the overall participation amongst the community members. So definitely, absolutely 10 out of 10 for me. Okay, we've picked up all the bounties, and now we are going to go where? Well, nowhere. Which is going to be very simple. The Altars of Sorrows. There we are, Sorrows Harbour. Off we go. And yesterday there was hardly anybody there, can you imagine? I've gone in there and there's nobody there. So on the first run it was really tricky. It was hardly anybody there. And that's not what I wanted to see. Okay. It looks like that. It looks like that's today as well, or not. I see about 3 or 4 people in there, but let's see. Well, 2 people will not be able to do anything much. It's simply not good enough, I'm afraid. Oops. Not doing anything. Okay. Well, let's just spice it up, shall we? as I said, it's just tier 1. Cerberus is going to serve me really well. We'll need other people to join us, of course. See our friends telling us something, just bear with me. This is delivered on very, very strict timing, so I'll read the message in a second, but just bear with me a second. Got him. Our friend says, if you need someone for an activity, I can help you if needed, but I don't have the moon expansion, but I can go on the moon. Sure, of course, that sounds very good. What is your user ID? What is your user ID on any of the platforms? Your Xbox as well, I believe. Are you also Lucia, or what is your user ID? He wants to flee. Ah, that's annoying. We've got to really hurry up because it's only looks like the two of us doing the whole thing. It's not going to work really. For this activity we need a lot more. He got away. I don't believe it. That's ridiculous. No, we can't progress anywhere. Hold on, is that your ID on Bungie server? Like, what's your nickname, you know, on Bungie? So when you pop up on my friends list, what would that be? Because, you know, frequently people have different user IDs on Twitch and on various platforms, so sometimes I can't easily... I mean, with me it's quite easy. DRBMiller is on all platforms, it's very easy to find, but for some other people it isn't really. Well, I mean, if you are on Xbox, you'd have to subscribe to the Ultimate subscription, because with the Ultimate you're getting the full content of Destiny 2, and that includes Beyond Light, you know, once released. And costs you like £10.99 a month. You get access to all other games and everything, you know, if you are on Xbox. It's just really the best possible. And you said you don't have the expansions. I also didn't have Shadowkeep and Forsaken on Xbox, but I have everything on PlayStation, and I didn't really want to double up on it, you know, so I was just waiting for everything to come up on Xbox Game Pass, and that's exactly what happened. So I have the full content thanks to the Game Pass on both consoles. Okay, we better really get on with this. A bit warm in here. Wow, you know, if you want to have everything that Destiny will be providing us with, not the seasonal content, you know, but everything else, then the Ultimate is the best bet. Because the Ultimate is just $10.99 and you get everything. Seasonal content is divided into two. There's some that we'll get for free, and then there's the other that will need to be purchased. We got a few more people joining us, so that's good. Okay, that's good. Pick up some ammunition for my heavy. Next altar, so that's looking good. Yeah, I mean, if you are a subscriber to the Ultimate, you will get free access to all online services as well as the Game Pass, so that's more than 100 games at the moment. From the 10th of November, that's going to be, the number's going to be rising to about a couple of hundred, with EA games being included, Bethesda games being included, so you know, like really absolutely terrific type of service. And then you get also PC downloads for, not for every one of the games, but for quite a few. It's Wretched Oiga. Oh, we didn't eliminate anything yet. We need to hurry up. It's like 30 seconds. Two out of 5. Wow. Oh yeah, we got him. Come on, 4-5 now. One left. Well, he should have been eliminated. What happened to him? Wow, that was really close. That was really close. It really was. Look at this. How on earth could I do something so stupid? Defies logic, does it not? It's all about time. Again! It's all about timing. Boy got killed. Oh, this was fortunate. It's down to the last second. It really was. We didn't make it. Ah, that's terrible. That's terrible. Start from the beginning. Well, some feisty, hot activity in here, and I got to say, I've gone really hot. I have to take off my fleece. And, right, come on, boys. What's happening? Well, we could see we've got some competitive gamers in here. They're quite keen on doing it again, so that's cool. It was ridiculous. It got smashed yet again. Right, so there. Where are the nightmares? I don't see them. Olga got killed by this massive eye blast. Well, that's terrible. Oh, that Olga yet again. No, this was just a bit disjointed. This isn't gonna work. We lost it. And it can't be done by 2 people. You know, it needs to be at least 6, 7 people doing it. Our friend Lucia says these Oigas are hitting us so hard. I thought he was one of the nightmares, so I came a bit too close, you know. Right, I want to maybe get a few more people involved, because we are just wasting our time otherwise. You need half dozen people with good weapons, leveled up. For some good success here. Looks to me like the other guys bailed. Do you think? There's one nightmare in there, look at him. Got him with my super, so that's good. Don't tell me I'll be doing everything by myself. Another Oiga caught me. Our friend says literally these Oigas are aimbotting. Well, anytime you have really high quality bots, there's literally nothing you can do because they're 100% precise. You know, think of some of the bots in PvP, like in PUBG. You come across them, it's like a one shot, one kill always. It's dreadful.
We'll never get them back.
Collect supplies. Okay, what are the supplies there? No, I'll trick him a bit. Looks like these ones are not the enemies. That will give us supplies. Who is? Another Oiga. That's annoying. Silly ogre got away. Oh no. Looks like I did manage to get him. That's surprising. I don't see any supplies anywhere. I don't know what's going on. Well, there's somebody very eager in there. Looks good. Also somebody who has really good weapons. You see he's eliminating these ogres with such ease. So that's pretty good. Well, thank you. It's really cool. Okay, let's see where the next one is. Well, our friend is really mighty, I've got to say. He's like really powerful. Oh, I got really hungry. I need to have something to eat, so I'll need to do that shortly once we complete this. Just a quick snack, but I'll carry on obviously with my stream and everything. It will not be interrupted. The knife must have gone there. Okay. Ah, this one exploded in my face. That's terrible. Yeah, this is better because we have several people joining us in here. 3 out of 5, so that's good, we are doing well. This is 4 out of 5, so that's very good. Another one coming out here. well, it feels and looks a lot better when you have a good team on board, you know? You can tell the difference. That's already been 5 out of 5. Watch out for the nightmares. Six. There's another one coming up. Okay, so that's wizards. We're already on tier 3, so that's really good. Next altar. This is Rapid. Well, very, very good team on board. Oh, there's another. See here. It's a little sector. I need to remember it. In here, underneath. Tier 4. Really good. Loads of good loot, collecting all sorts in there. Well, oh, no heavy ammunition. Okay. Oh, we got him. 5 to 4. Hate that wizard. Good. Where's the wizard? Quick! There. Out of 7. Where's the last one? Well done, 7 out of 7. We are progressing to tier 5. Incredible. I'll respond to my friend's messages in a second. I apologize. This is, you know, done on strict timing, so I've got to really pay attention to the activity, not to let my teammates down. So bear with me. I'll be with you shortly as soon as we finish this. Because you asked me a question about leveling up, and I'll tell you this in a minute. Well, that was good. The grenade worked well. Got some heavy ammunition here. We need to do the nightmares first. I'm saying that to myself. Right, where's another nightmare? Okay, that's good. Wizards now, quick. Well, you will know that from the gameplay when you progress to the level 5, 6, then everything is delivered on very, very strict timing, so we've got to be really fast. It's been eliminated. Wizard. one more. 'Supers are doing the business. Six out of 8. Okay, where are the last two? There's one in there coming out, I think. Hasn't come out yet. Seven out of 8. Where is the last one? We've got plenty of time. Oh, there he is. Eight out of 8 in record time. Really good. Our friend's saying, sorry I spammed you. No, you didn't spam me at all. You're asking questions which are really important, but I can't respond before we finish the last tier, so that will be done shortly considering how good this team is. And we'll get the chest, and then I'll be able to read all the questions, and I got some other questions from other platforms, respond to them. You will know from my broadcast it's very difficult to respond if one is in the middle of really very fierce activity, so... Yoga's gone. He's still immune. This is the Gate Lord. You remember him from Destiny 1, don't you? Oh, silly. I shouldn't have done this. He's immune again. Well, he gets immune rather frequently now. Come on, we want to get our super to be ready. Ah, he caught me there. It's me there. We need to hurry up. Okay, so that was good. Where's the boss? We need to hit the boss. madly angry. Oh no, we got him. That's it. Completed the whole thing. Fantastic. This was a good team. They really were very, very good. Heretic, we got power weapon, phantasmal fragment materials, and we are done and dusted with this activity. So we go back to Eris. Well, thanks very much to all the chaps who were joining me here, and really, really good activity, as you could see. Very hectic. They'll probably carry on doing it yet again, but one cycle per day is good enough for us here. So we'll go back to Eris. Just to get a bit of respite, I need to get my snack. Let me see what our friend said. Our friend Lucio says, will I keep the rose after finishing the Lumina quest? I really love the design of the gun. This is the seasonal content, isn't it? I'm not 100% sure, and I'll tell you why. They said that some of the seasonal content will disappear with the ending of a season, but I'm not certain. They faced a lot of resistance with that kind of disappearance of content, the seasonal content, and people really rebelled on Reddit and social networking forums, so I think it's very unlikely. I think the vast majority of the items we pick up will keep, but I'm not 100% sure with some of those that come with seasons. It depends on a particular item, because they did say some items like emblems and mods will disappear, but you know, we need to see. And yeah, so our friend's asking about the rose. I can't give you the exact answer. This is altogether work in progress, and from what I could from what I could gather so far, some seasonal content and some of the rewards will not be carried forward. But I don't think it's weapons. I think it's more to do with mods, because you know that with the seasonal content we are getting the mods which are quite good and powerful, and I don't really know, to be honest. Bungie are not really quite certain how this is all going to work. You know, they're testing waters by suggesting certain activity and then withdrawing from it. They, for instance, wanted a lot more RPG with Shadowkeep, but they faced a bit of resistance from FPS, looter and shooter type of players who were saying, well, we don't really want a lot of RPG, we want more of a kind of a balanced approach. So, remains to be seen. The idea was generally that in your collections you will get the vast majority of the items which can be repurchased and reacquired from the collection, irrespective of whether you deleted it or you left it in a vault or elsewhere. And I think that's the idea overall. Whether they'll carry on with this for foreseeable future, I'm not certain. They reworked quests, they reworked engrams, they reworked the way the inventory works, and you've seen the changes which I felt were generally quite positive. And quite frankly, it needs to be this way, because when you are playing the game, you will be growing with the game, you know? All the guys working for Bungie, they are avid, passionate gamers themselves. They're not just like people who are brought in to do some designs. And as they play the game, they discover things which perhaps frustrate them, or areas of the game that are not really quite to their liking. And what they do then is they change. Sometimes they change faster, you know, at other times they share it with the community. It depends. But I think developers that is very much aligned with the community, and that's because of the original Halo trilogy and the community they built on the first Xbox, and they always kind of listen to the fans and people who invested in the company by purchasing the game and obviously playing it on various multiplayer platforms, and that's very good. Any pinnacle weapon will not disappear, so you needn't worry. You know, anything that you've done like heavy hard grinds for will stay with you. Like yourself, I quite like some of the designs. I like pretty outfits, and I like some of the shaders which can be used on certain weapons. I think they will stretch themselves with shaders. There are too many, and I keep collecting the multiple copies of each shader. You've seen that, and maybe it's down to preference. For instance, green and yellow generally I don't like too much because bright colors. I go for darker colors. I think it blends in better with some of the characters, and particularly with this expansion Shadowkeep. But then, you know, one can delete some of the shaders and bring them back from the collections. All good, really. You needn't worry, you know, if you ask a question several times, it's no big deal. It's just that if I'm in the middle of a hectic activity, I can't respond to comments that are coming in, and I think my community veterans are quite familiar with other games, notably Apex, PUBG and Call of Duty, because when we are in a match, I'm in a match, you know, and if I have a team on board, then I'm responsible for what's happening there, dependent on my team members. And I always take a break after a match, like what I'm doing right now, and then, you know, provide you with comments and views, and we kind of discuss things. I do not provide broadcasts which are relentless. I've had younger gamers coming in and they said, we want to do speed runs, we can really chase scores. That's not really for this channel. This is a channel which is based on connection and communication, you know, with our friends worldwide, and we take lots of breaks because I think that's the best way to do not just gaming but any other competitive activity. If you for instance look at the best sportsmen, people who play football or baseball or golf or athletics, they'll be always having that in the zone moment when they are at the best of their abilities, and they all take breaks and rest in addition to obviously heavy going training. So the same approach needs to be applied to video gaming, because it's, you know, heavy going, very hectic activity. You need to have plenty of water, plenty of liquids with you. You need to be drinking all the time when you're gaming, because as we know, the optic nerve gets very, very accelerated, the brain becomes very hot, and, you know, having some cool water is always good, not just to hydrate but to cool down what you have on the inside, and also to keep concentration. And, you know, it's the usual. You play a match, you take a break, play a match, take a break. You did see on Apex, on the usual PvP games, that you get lots of people who immediately, within the same second as they get killed, they immediately leave, which is very unsporty, very unfriendly towards the team. As in the games like, for instance, Apex, you can be revived, right? And in PUBG also you have the elements where you can be watching other people, perhaps something wrong, you can help them. So, you know, get people like this, and immediately as they get killed, they depart from the game and they hammer another match. That is not the way to do it. It's just completely wrong. It's against all of these tips that we get from the developers, and it's just against the plain logic. Because if you're getting killed, you got to think about the strategy. Why is it that you're getting killed? You get people who don't realize that PvP is dependent on internet good enough, or they've done something wrong where, you know, they cause their own death. That's not really the case. If you're not on fiber, you can't be competing. You can do it for entertainment purposes, but somebody who's on fiber and you're on broadband, you know, they'll have massive advantage. First of all, they'll see you before you see them to start with, and secondly, when they start firing, they'll be firing into your path. So depending on what your lag is, if your lag is like 1.5 seconds, wherever you were for 1.5 seconds is a target. It's you. So it's like a massive big space where you were running, and then bang bang, they eliminate you. In fact, I had that problem with the new Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War Alpha. We played it weekend before last, and it was unbelievable. There was so many people on fiber in there, and I watched the death, you know, there. When you watch the death cam, you can see just firing randomly. He's not even looking at me, just firing off the action all over the shop, and I'm dying all the time because he's firing into an area where I passed, and that's still registered on the server. Do you see what I mean? It's just down to the speed. And our friend says, "Oh, thanks for the tip. I never drink while I'm playing. That's how we grow in PvP. Asking yourselves why we did with that." Yeah. Well, I tell you, the best way of learning is, I mean, first of all, you got to have a good team on board, right? So they've got to be together with you. The best way of doing it is if you have a small team. Could be several teams. Could be like, let's say, 3 or 4 teams of 3, but you're all like on the same level. People will know exactly, you know, what makes you tick, and they will be of similar skill. And what's also important is you've got to be either on the same platform, and you've got to have the same type of internet speed, right? So it's very important, and people don't really know this. Usually they'll have PlayStation, but they will be on different types of internet speeds. You've got to be on the same speed. And then when you do a match, if you do like a proper team effort, let's say a squad of 4, you can analyze what went wrong, right? Because I have seen sometimes matches where our team is compromised by 3 other teams or 2 other teams being very eager to engage. So you're like playing stealthily, keeping quiet in an area which is actually being raided by 2 or 3 other teams. And then you need to examine what do you do if the area is raided. The first thing you need to do is to get away from there as quick as possible and not to engage, because you as a player, like 3 players, will be compromised by 6. So they're outflanking you 2 to 1. It's an instant death, right? And these are the tips when you watch, when you discuss it with your mates, you learn what to do, and obviously you can have tactics. I've had some fantastic matches with some random guys that I picked up in the arena, but all these guys were the veterans of Battlefield and Call of Duty. They really, they hammer these games. So when they come in, they will do with another person what they otherwise do. And then you can obviously play. You can tell straight away from the behavior. When you're dropping, you drop all together, they know exactly where to go, they immediately buddy, they're telling you where the weapons are, they're sharing, they're pinging it. Compared to some other guys who just, you tell them where to drop and they drop elsewhere just because they want to do like their own wiretap. So it's really crazy. And that's the way to learn, You kind of look at what happened, and I think for myself, Call of Duty Warzone is the best Battle Royale I've played. I like all the other ones, but I think considering the mods, considering the maps, considering how everything works, it's the best at present, right? And if you do it with a team, you can literally learn from every single match. You can examine every single detail, you find out what went wrong, and that is the way to learn. It is not the way to do it if one is just hammering it and skipping things, doing match after match rapidly in succession, and also not drinking any water. For PvP, having 2 liters of water near you, which is kind of not very cold, but coldish, if you know what I mean, is essential. Because when you are playing PvP, what happens is there's erratic movement on the screen, right? So it's going left to right very quickly, and you have that flickering light which your eye does not see. Don't forget, all of these screens we're using today, they're backlit, right? So the light comes from behind, and it's kind of tickling your optic nerve. So depending on your age, depending on your central nervous system, the way it is, you will be affected by that activity. And you've heard stories of these guys in Korea hammering it for 24 hours and then dying of heart attacks. Well, they didn't actually die of a heart attack. They died because the brain fried, It was basically as if they were taking lots of ecstasy tablets, lots of drugs, which are constantly overheating the brain, because the activity is stimulating the optic nerve and the brain is just overheating. Do you see what I mean? It's dreadful. And if they were taking breaks and drinking water, that would be prevented. I talked to somebody the other day who's a veteran of PvP, Call of Duty and Halo and a few other games, and he said that frequently when he plays games, if he hammers it for a few hours, he finds himself feeling very excited, and his basically heart rate is accelerated, palpitations and everything else. That's because genetically he has propensity towards great excitement, so his nervous system is more stimulated, more excitable than some other people's. But it's the combination of the natural factors that somebody has together with the way the flickering lights and the movement affect you. If you watched my stream earlier, I talked about Vermintide. Vermintide 2 I played during the weekend. It was part of 3-day offers on Xbox Gold, Live Gold. And Vermintide is a great game, if you like fighting, and if you like Elder Scrolls, and it's got everything. It's got fighting sequences together with RPG, beautiful graphics, but you're playing it from your first person point of view, like POV, so to speak, and it comes across as a kind of a first person shooter, although you use different types of weapons in there, and it's very, very hectic. So you're moving rapidly forward, you're going backwards and forwards, and the enemies keep coming at you much faster than in Destiny. And after playing it for not long, for 20 minutes, half an hour, I felt a bit dizzy, like seasickness, that sort of thing. But that was down to the graphics, the way they've done it, and the engine that they used. You never ever get that in Destiny. I mean, the activity like this is very hectic, but you don't have that kind of lag on the flickering lights, and that's very, very important. And Lucio says, well, now I'm going to drink some water. Well, make sure you have always either a bottle with just 2 liters of water with you, right? Or like myself, I have like a big pint. You know, in England we measure by pints, and this pint is always full of water. So I'm sipping it bit by bit. As soon as I see that the pint is sort of going down somewhat, I kind of refill it, and it really helps. Or I can have some tea, but principally it's always the best if you have water, because water will have to be cold, and that really cools you on the inside. I do drink quite a bit of tea. What's this now? Quite a bit of tea because of the pandemic, and I drink herb teas with a lot of grapefruit in it, you know, so it's like a very high concentration of vitamin C in order to prevent any form of flu or virus or anything else. So it's somewhat different. Well, if I was to be doing Call of Duty or PUBG, then there would be no teas, it would be always water. Destiny provides a bit of variety, and don't forget, when I'm doing my broadcasts, I talk quite a lot, so it's talking and gaming. Do you see what I mean? It's not just like being focused on the actual very hectic activity out there with shooting and running, but the effect on one's brain will be dependent on what engines they used, and also how, you know, the in-game mechanics work. And I found some FPS games like Call of Duty Warzone to be very placid with very little effect on me. But PUBG is different, you know, it's brighter colors, brightly illuminated, and you don't have that kind of smooth movement like with Call of Duty Modern Warfare Warzone, and I can feel the difference, and I actually feel the difference straight away. I have to say I was surprised with Vermintide. It was very quick. I usually play my game standing, you know. I'm away from the screen for about 4 meters, and recently upgraded, so I have a massive big 55-inch Sony Bravia, which really absolutely revolutionizes the way you experience games, and I'm 4 meters away, so I'm not very close to the screen, and I've got Cinema Black and everything tweaked in to be absolutely perfect, and there's no ghosting on the movement, there's no delay, everything is as it should be. But you get that on some of the games. It's not down to the TV or to the monitor, it's down to the way the game works. So anytime I have any kind of lag or these bright colors, then I am, you know, very, very careful the way it would affect me. I don't know what happened. We were booted out. Destiny keeps booting people out if you are kind of remote for a little while. But what I do need to do is I need to have a snack. So you have to bear with me. And I will make myself a snack. I will deserve it after such a good hectic broadcast. We had plenty of community activities here today, which is wonderful. And then we had some really, really fierce action there on the moon. Right, so we are back there. In fact, before I make my snack, I'll just have a look at Eris and the bounties.
Madness. Veltarlo does not. The corruption of the worm clings to your boot.
If there is anything. Let's see. I'm getting some new tasks. Lost dead ghosts. Well, I'm not going to do these at the moment, I have to admit. It's the additional bounties. Okay, let's see what we completed during those battles. I'd say a number of the bounties are likely to have been completed. Let's see. Yes, that's correct, even 4. So grenades, bounty completed. Power weapon, phantasmal fragments, and melees. So all of these have been completed. In fact, I'm getting my seasonal reward, I think, as well. Am I not? Which should be... Yep, that's right. That will be upgrade module, 2 of these. So that's good, because I did want to upgrade my weapons. Kept some stuff in there for the upgrades, and I think the one in question was, what was it, 4496. What's that number 4 doing in there? Must have just picked it up. 8 6. Well, I think this was the one in question, wasn't it? No, it's not. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we'll infuse it. We'll get this upgraded to 1008. So that's sorted. And also don't forget, your upgrade modules are necessary for other activities like energy increases with enhancement cores and all else. And then this one is, so we have here 8, 9, 6. Well, that's not really good, is it? That's 8. And in here we'll have then 7, but I really prefer a bit more than 7. So that's 6, 5, 7, 4. Okay, so it's just one up. I'm not going to bother with that. That's 3. That's 4. That's again not very much. I think we'll probably keep our enhancement core there. I mean the upgrade module, because this is not really sufficient. This is 9, this is 6 and 5. We'll get rid of these. Well, the one we really want to increase is hood. So that's our helmet. But we want probably 8 or 9, 7. Rid of that one. Keep my upgrade module for later. So let's see, in here we have 6. Should be a lot higher than that. 6 sniper rifle. 6, 6, 8. Oh, nearly forgot about this. Should be able to pick up some goodies in there. I think. Let me see. Pulse rifles mod. Yeah. Scattered projectile targeting. That's good. We want that. I think the other ones have all gone now. Yeah. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to look at primary and secondary with this mod. Our friend's asking, do you have favorite weapons or exotic armor to play with? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I think if you're asking me about some of my favorites, I can certainly tell you 2 exotics I really like. Cerberus automatic rifle exotic. It doesn't have, when you look at the specs, it doesn't have a lot of perks, so it's not really, and also doesn't have extra mods, not really massively customizable compared to some of the other ones. But I find it to be very effective in the Crucible in PvP, and it worked really well for me in PvP encounters because it has 4 barrels, so the bullets are kind of scattered somewhat, and if you have anybody lagging slightly in the arena, the bullets are hitting them through the path with ferocity and they die. So, you know, from being able to get maybe 3 or 4 kills in the Crucible matches, I was able to get anything between 12 and 24 with the use of Cerberus. So I was very, very pleased with the result. So Cerberus, definitely one of my favorites. The second favorite weapon on the exotic front I'm using a lot is this weapon here, and that is Sunshot. Sunshot has also not that many kind of mods and bits which you can be using, but it does have these explosive rounds, so that really helps you against swarming enemies. And sometimes if you have 2 or 3 knights chasing you, you fire off the action into one of them and then all the rest of them will explode. So it's got like explosive rounds. it is helpful if you're doing certain activities by yourself, you know, and it helps, for instance, if you're doing the activities like escalation protocol or alters, where you're kind of supporting your team members with a high quality weapon. For instance, if you have these augurs down to very little life, this weapon's going to finish them off, because you'll fire off the action, the rounds will be exploding, and they'll, you know, very, very powerful. So these two definitely. Then I'll tell you, I really like this helmet, which is my exotic helmet, Dreambane armor, and that's Dreambane hood. I really like the design. I think it's really pristine, really top notch if you look at it, and blends in perfectly both with the outfit that I'm currently wearing, which is a Dreambane armor, acquired as part of Shadowkeep activities. And what I like about it, it kind of blends in the game and the appearance of the character with another series completely unrelated, which is Assassin's Creed. It looks like something out of the trilogy, you know, in Venice, and I really think it's like a Venetian mask, really beautifully created and very, very perfectly blending in with the rest of the outfit that we are wearing. So Dreambane hood as well. Hood is highly customizable, so we can have all kinds of mods, and that's really pretty good. Let me just very quickly see. Parachuting. I want to put this one as much. Yeah. Wondering whether I can use that last mod or not. There was some problem with. Oh, we can. Yeah, okay. Just a minute. I got enhanced projectile targeting, linear fusion rifle, rocket launcher, ammunition finder. No, that's not it. I'm doing the wrong thing. Right. Mods. Mind you, we can put this one there. And then in here we can have what? No, we don't want to have two of these. What did I do now? Yeah, didn't work really. I need to work on my energy. Lucy is asking, I thought you didn't like the PCM? PvP. Sorry, I didn't quite understand. Are you asking about PvP? No. I love PvP. I'm like a PvP veteran, but I moved to this area 4 years ago, and in this area we can't have fiber. So that means I can't be really playing PvP according to my ability, skill and everything else, because it's a bit like having both of your hands tied, you know? That's the only reason, not otherwise. I like playing PvP if I have really very good setup and very good speeds. So it's just clarifying the fact that I like PvP, but I do not like playing the PvP on a poor quality setup with poor internet speeds. Well, that's something I don't like, because usually it results in frustration. You know that when I do like PUBG or Modern Warfare, I can tell straight away when I get killed because I've done something wrong, or I'm tired, or I'm not really up to it, compared to the technical issues. 9 out of 10 kills in that Cold War Alpha we played last weekend before last. 9 out of 10 were random shots, and I was killed because of my lag. Right? It's just, you watch the kill cam, you can see he's not firing at you at all. He didn't even target you, he's just firing off all over the shop, and you keep dying. Well, that is what makes me frustrated, and that is why I don't like doing it on this sort of speed. Right, so we looked at the automatic weapon, the primary, we looked at my secondary, which is that gun, and I quite like Knight Terror sword. There is also another sword called Guillotine, and it's very similar to Dark Drinker because it has that rotating spin. So that is also my favorite weapon here in Destiny 2, because you've seen maybe with the Altus there was one guy using it, he was rotating, and it's very similar to Dark Drinker, and in that respect it's ideal for swarming enemies. We have lots of them surrounding you, you just spin and all of them are gone. So that would be the fourth piece of favorite equipment. And I think when it comes to chest pieces, I quite like Greenbane robes, but also like Stormdancer's brace, and then also is the one, like for instance this one. It's nicely designed with the wings. Don't know whether you tried it. Looks a bit like something out of Elder Scrolls, you know. Bit of an odd looking guardian, I have to admit, with his wings, but I like the bond that you get, which is similar to this, so I'll show you that one. It's here. It is Sage Rivalry Bond. Also it has these kinds of strange wings, so you can combine both of these, you know. It's like a future war cult sign in there as well, and it really is cool. I guess I like it more because of its design rather than any particular usefulness. I mean, you got these mods and, you know, it's different in that respect. So these are my favorites. And our friend says dying because of tech issues is very frustrating. Absolutely. In fact, I played PUBG a couple of months ago, and we had a situation where the game froze, and what was it? I was wearing a ghillie suit, and then suddenly I stopped near a fence, and the only thing I could see was myself standing near that fence with a ghillie suit and nothing else, and it was infuriating. And I asked other guys to tell me what they could see, and they could see that I was just standing in there, not moving at all. So that was a glitch on the server, which is basically the PUBG server. But the problems I have are exclusively connected to the internet speeds in this area, and that is very, very frustrating. I live in a town centre and I can't have fibre. It's just, you know, absolutely mad. Are you on fibre? Are you also on very, very fast internet? What country are you in? Are you also in the UK or elsewhere? Because I know that in other European countries on the continent, like in the Baltic republics, in Latvia, Lithuania, in France and Spain, for instance, Netherlands, the fibre is much faster to what we have here. Even if you're on fibre, like part of a very good package in Britain, you will get uploads of 20, and there are people in those countries that are on the upload of 1000. Like for instance, one of our veterans here is in Sweden, and he always told me how when he watches my stream he can say I'm lagging unbelievably badly because he's on 1000 upload. You know, 1000 upload and 1000 download, so that's like the top-notch speed. It's unbelievable. Right, so we've sorted this out. Let's see what else we've got here, and we need to have a look. So that's all done. What are we going to do next, I wonder? Let me think.
Your path led you here. Take the last step.
Yeah, we can these ones we can try. Some of the quests which come together with Shadowkeep expansion, so that would be the next step. So we have Essence of Insanity, so that is grenade launcher kills. Get grenade launcher, final blows and strikes, Gambit, or the Crucible. I think we'll do some strikes actually. Don't fancy doing Gambit or the Crucible at the moment, so we'll do some strikes. And we'll use the grenade launcher that is currently equipped. And Lucia says, I'm from France, that's why I do lots of English mistakes. Oh no, don't worry about it, it's no big deal. Actually, I'm living with my parents and there is to be fibre, but in 1 month I'll live in my own apartment and there is fibre. Well, I can certainly tell you, if you are to be doing PvP on fibre, which is very fast, let's say faster than 20 upload, you'll be able to tell the difference. Because I also had some sessions on other setups, and usually I have the same group of Destiny veterans on board, people who come here every day and join us. Not recently as much, but previously when I had Destiny 1 every single day, we've had quite a large number. In fact, my channel was the main channel on Twitch for a little while, for a good sort of 8 to 12 months, where it was like a beacon of hope for the original game, because all the veterans would pop in and always come to my channel. It's gone now because everyone migrated to Call of Duty and also to the sequel. But I remember a couple of times playing against them or together with them on a different setup which had the ultra fast fiber optic, and they said, wow, what a difference, it's incredible, how can it be that you're so good today? Well, I mean, can you run if your legs are tied? Can you swim if you're tied up? It's that sort of question, and the difference is immense. I also have a community member from Finland, and he was having some difficulties with his Wi-Fi, and then he played a lot on kind of poorer quality internet, the Crucible, and he just kept hammering it, and he gained formidable, phenomenal skills during that period. Frequently he would get killed and there were lots of problems, but then once he acquired the fastest internet, he was like the top dog. He was just literally walking through the field, destroying everyone. He said, oh, look at me. But that was the ultimate result of his hard work, basically training himself to be as good as possible on very poor internet speed. So, and he was kind of coming up with tips and tricks how to avoid being killed if you're lagging. And he gave me some really valuable tips, which I followed. But it doesn't really work in deathmatches. If you're doing Destiny 1, the Crucible matches, all of them are death matches, they're really tight maps. You can't be really playing stealthily or hiding and that sort of thing. It doesn't really work. You can do this in some of the maps here on Destiny 2 and also in some of the games. It all depends how tight the map is. And our friend says, I often get disconnected from Destiny on bad days. That may not be to do with your internet. This may be to do with Destiny servers. We had the problem here in UK as well. Today we've had that problem earlier in the broadcast. We were getting disconnected, or we were getting a warning that we will be disconnected. In fact, we were not disconnected. Bungie servers at the moment are melting and they have lots of problems because there is a large number of people playing Destiny on all platforms, and then secondly they're working on the new game, so it's very testing for them. And Lucius says, I've trained a lot of my aiming in games and honestly became good above the average and hope someday I could express myself with a good network and PC. How do I put it? Do you become Ronaldo or Modric or Messi if you have the best quality gear? You do not. It's talent together with everyday, absolutely unbelievable religious practice. And the same thing applies to video gaming. People who are the very best, like Ninja, for instance, or Shroud, the most popular streamers and gamers of FPS, they didn't have the best setups initially. They didn't have what they have today as they became millionaires, through Twitch streams. They played through poor quality setups, but they were just hammering it again and again, and trying this trick, and for instance, if you're doing a particular map, like in Counter-Strike, what they were doing, or Halo in the case of Ninja, they will be looking at what you can do within these limitations. And you do this again and again, you build up a strategy, and and then once you get the best possible gear, it's much easier for you because you practiced it so many times, right? You were trying everything possible, and you know what tips and tricks to use when you're doing it on a higher quality setup. So it's all down to practice, it's all down to thinking, and I have to say with multiplayers, and particularly with some of the games, it is down to your team. If you play PUBG or Apex or Battlefield, Warzone, you will need to have a good team on board, because believe you me, in some of the arenas you have unbelievably good teams doing the finishing touches with the last few teams that still remain in the game. And I've seen frequently, well, Apex and PUBG if I play by myself with randoms, a lot of the times the randoms that come together with me, they get killed. I'll play stealthily and I come to the last 3, last 4, maybe last 5, right? Because I'm hiding, I'm sniping, that sort of thing, and I get killed. I can't really eliminate a team that's on fast fiber and like really very experienced, and you know, with top-notch gear and equipment and everything else. If I'm being jumped by all 3 of them, or even 6 of them, I'm dead. But what I do then is I get eliminated towards the end of the game, right? Towards the end of that particular match, and I'm watching what they are going to be doing in order to win the match. And this is the best possible learning. So remember that. Always watch, if you're down to the last few, what the top guys are going to be doing in order to win. Because I've seen sometimes unbelievable tricks. You know, with the green and blue circle, which is shrinking. I've seen a couple of times people winning it in Apex by being in the same building. So you get some guys who are on the roof, and they know that the opponent, 1 or 2 of them, are somewhere in the building. And what they're doing is they're just literally sitting and waiting for the ring to be shrinking literally just to maybe 4 or 5 yards around them, because the guys underneath will have to get out of the building, because otherwise they'll die. And it's an unbelievable strategy. I've watched a couple of times, and I, you know, would have never thought of that myself. And it was just really a good learning curve. Radioactive is here. Hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. Long time no see. And Radioactive is asking, when is the weekly reset? It's usually on Tuesday. So it's today, but I'm not sure exactly at what time, because it is based on Pacific time, and I believe it's 10 o'clock Pacific in the morning, so it'd be 1800 hours in the UK, and that would be 1900 hours on the continent. So it still didn't kick in. It still probably would be on the last week's reset, but I think at 7 o'clock PM in Europe you would get a full reset. I think, but don't quote me on this, might be mistaken. They are reconsidering also the way the whole thing works for the next level, which is Beyond Light, when it comes out on the 10th. The reset will still be on the same day, which is Tuesday, because, you know, common across the board for all other platforms. You know, the stores and everyone else is doing it on Tuesdays everywhere, PS and Xbox included. But the actual timing during the day will vary. And I have seen some people experiencing and expressing discontent about the launches of betas and alphas and demos, and, you know, like a launch of a new game, because they will expect that the game will be launched at 0-100 hours, like at midnight. But that's not always the case. Sometimes they start with the game a lot later, like for instance with Destiny on Xbox Game Pass. The game was accessible in the UK after 7 PM, and it was surprising because I wanted to preload and to do everything. Wasn't possible. They released it 7 o'clock PM UK time, so in America this would have been, what, 8 hours back, 10 or 11 hours, 10 or 11 AM in the east coast of America. West coast, I beg your pardon. It was with Pacific timing. Radioactive is asking, what's up? Well, all is good. How are you? Long time no see. Are you still doing Destiny 2? Are you enjoying the content? What are your thoughts, Radioactive, on Beyond Light, on the inclusion of Destiny in Game Pass on Xbox, and everything else Destiny related? Are you excited about the new expansion? Are you in favor or against the vaulting, the the shelving of some of the content? Tell us a bit, really, what you think in regards to all of that. Right, so I think I'll be looking at grenade launcher kills, and we'll look at Bound Manacle. Need to find out where Bound Manacle is as well, so that's already marked in there. And let me see, grenade launcher kills.
This was but one simple challenge.
Oh, the Bound Manacle is in the gatehouse to cleanse this essence.
And again.
Okay. Okay, so destinations, we'll choose a strike, there on the moon. I need to get my weapon sorted first of all. I need to have a good grenade launcher. Let me see. Automatic rifle, automatic
I
rifle.
do not wish the frustration of these vile phantoms on anybody.
Grenade launcher. Interference. Okay, put this one on.
I am still here.
Interference. These ones will keep. And let me think. Don't know whether our friend heard me. Radioactive. Can you hear me? I was just asking about the. I was asking about your thoughts on Destiny 2 as it is today, and also on Beyond Light and everything that is to follow. So if you're still there, just let us know. Our friends would like to hear from you. And we talked a bit about this earlier in the broadcast. Lucia's saying Eris is going crazy. Well, yeah, I mean, she is driven crazy by the pyramid and the darkness and all the enemies which were concealed. She was always suspicious of all that the darkness was having in stock, and it turned out to be right. You will recall that as the Shadowkeep kicks in, Ikora and the other guys are rather worried about the disappearance, but she didn't really disappear in order to backstab. She went in first in order to discover what hostilities were there. And we'll have to see basically what happens, whether she is responsible because they all believe that she had reawakened some of the forces of the darkness in order to find out what the darkness really wanted. That's my understanding of it, but you know, I stand corrected if I got it all wrong. Destiny does have a very confusing type of narrative, and they said they were going to clarify certain things, but it wasn't construed initially to be a linear storytelling game. So it's not similar to Mass Effect, for instance, or Dragon Age, or the other kind of space operas. Anthem, in particular, I think, is very well told, quite complex, with lots of non-linear activities in addition to campaigns, but I really find BioWare storytelling to be second to none. I think Bungie can learn from that, but then, you know, Bungie were never really into deep storytelling. They were more into story, which gives you 80% of looting and shooting, and that was the strength of Halo and Destiny overall. The direction they're taking at the moment is changing. They will want to have a lot more of story-based content, and the first step they introduced in Shadowkeep was with the way the patrols are organized. You would have seen that you have these fallen guardians and they're telling you a story, and then you need to talk to them because they'll tell you. It's a good idea, but I felt that what they said was disjointed. If you had, for instance, patrols 1 to 12, and if you were to follow them 1 to 12, and each one of them will tell you something, right? You would be able to piece those bits of puzzle together. But it's randomized, and I've seen that they introduced that we need to collect Toland's narrative. So Toland will be the character who will be blending in with the story importantly, but this is all work in progress, you know. And I think they need to introduce the system that EA have on the Division. In the Division you're collecting video and audio data on what's been happening with the pandemic and the terrorists. And you have that, every bit of information is collected in inventory. So obviously you're listening to it and watching it as you go along. It all comes confusing. It's like different bits of puzzle which you're collecting, you know, as you are randomly approaching certain areas. But then once you complete it all, you can go to the inventory and listen to the tracks in a linear narrative fashion. You'll be able to get to know everything about all activities and all that's been going on, you know, in peace. And that's terrific. That's really good. So I really want to see that in Destiny as well. Anyway, talked quite a bit. We need to go and crack on with that strike. So got my weapons sorted.
One day the scales will be balanced.
Oh yeah, I know what it is now. Yeah. For a moment I thought I was just streaming for 130 minutes, but I had to discontinue my stream several times. Okay, so we have this strike in here. and we were doing it the other day. We'll do it again. We'll try to complete the task, and then we'll look for this item in the gatehouse. But first things first, right? Whilst we're waiting, I just want to double check something on Twitch on my third display. My friends, been really very enjoyable stream today, and thank my friends who popped in. And Lucian says there's ghost memories or novels. There is, and there's also, you know, the Grimoire archives, but I didn't think it was blending in as well as I experienced it in other games. It was certainly something for the collectors and for everyone to look at, but I think overall collectibles that are also audio-visual, easily accessible with inventory would be of advantage. Especially if you played other games and you had that experience, you know. I think Ubisoft really mastered it, and makes a big difference. I really think something to learn from them. I would also like to see cutscenes blended together, you know, so you have like a section where you're just going through the cutscenes and you can watch everything, and you get to know a lot more about the story. Well, we have somebody who's giving us thank you for your comments on Instagram. It's a friend who is called Silent Shot. He liked Shadowkeep, and indeed we are very keen on some of his comments. White Wolf as well. Everybody is very keen on Shadowkeep. Very good, thank you. I want to respond to this too. And to this as well. Right, so what is that I actually wanted to see? Yep, we'll crack on instantly. The only person doing this, or not. To put my grenade launcher there.
I must once again ask you to venture into the dark. Move quickly, but carefully, Guardian.
My friend's saying, what is considered as a good ratio in PvP disregarding the rank? Well, you'd probably be better off asking some of our PvP veterans in here. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not really doing the PvP here for the rankings or competitively, so I personally wouldn't know, to be honest with you. But some of our friends would. Radioactive would know that. You can ping him a question. Radioactive, who's chatting in here with us at the moment. You can send him a message saying, you know, what would you consider to be, and I'm sure he will respond. Right, so where are the friends of ours? I was just brought into somebody else's strike. It really is, this is really annoying. I really hate that. I really do. No enemies or anything. I need to get my quest completed. and I'm not going to be able to do that if... Oh, we have some enemies there. Didn't see or hear anyone behind me until this minute. We're doing reasonably well. But now I'm out of ammunition, and that is annoying. Friends have gone elsewhere. Well, I'm doing it in order to collect my grenade launcher kills. That's what I'm doing in here. Lots of people doing the strikes are racing, you know, like speed running, and that's not really my kind of thing. I don't want to do that. It really prevents us from seeing some interesting action. They bypass certain areas, and that's not really suitable for Twitch streams. I need some heavy ammunition. You didn't even see that shrieker. My friend says those creepy sounds remind me of Tomb Raider 3. Well, they actually are very creepy if you are playing the game on high quality setup with, you know, top-notch headphones or your sound system. The sound quality of Destiny is incredible. It really is mind-boggling and very eerie. Particularly here in Shadowkeep, very eerie. I've done this visit with my sniper. Strong, look at that. Split up, isn't it? Mexico. My friend says, do you miss Foy Goth? Guess I do. There's so many things in Destiny, you know, with characters and items that one can enjoy. And I think therefore the game is highly replayable and, you know, be there just for many, many years, decades to come. I guess in the same way as we've had Halo, you know, people do the Master Chief Collection still today, and I played the first section of it, which is Combat Evolved, and you can play it also basically on two modes. One mode is the original, and the other is the one they've done for the special edition, which is remastered and looks incredible. It really does. Highly recommend it if you can try it, and if you subscribe to the Ultimate, you'll be able to see everything and, you know, play all these games, and you will not regret it, because you'll get Xbox Game Pass and the Master Chief Collection is there forever. And it's one of the biggest packages that there is in the gaming altogether. There's 6-7 different games within the package. And also most of them are downloadable for PC. So, you know, if you're a PC gamer, you can do them on PC, just download, which was not possible before. With Halo, it was introduced with the Master Chief Collection. Yeah, these guys are racing. I really hate it, you know, when people race. It's no enjoyment, really. But I've not collected any heavy ammunition either. That's really annoying. Oh, they've got... This sniper is very good. Yeah, this is already the end section. Didn't get my kills there, look. Only 16 out of 100 because of these two guys. Our friend says this sniper looks very much like the one in Halo Reach. Yes, well, you know, you can really tell that sometimes there are those elements which kind of resemble each other. Don't forget, Bungie created Halo, and loads of weapons and things originally kind of aligned with those designs. No longer though. I think if you look at it today, they look different. But now and then you'll have a reminder, and I think it's quite good because it really brings us two games together. Fell into the abyss now. My friend says, I have to go, thank you for the stream, it was very cool, I'll come back later. Yeah, just make sure you follow my channel on Twitch. You must follow it on Twitch, because then you'll get, you know, the alerts when my broadcasts are on. And Jenny can then engage with other Destiny veterans and community members here more easily. So just, you know, follow the channel, and also you can do that on Twitter and Instagram. You'll get the announcements which are telling you when the stream is on. And of course, thank you so much for coming in and for participating. It's been a pleasure talking to you, and it's been really wonderful to learn more about your gaming experience and what you've done in Destiny. And I hope to see you soon. Hope you come back tomorrow, and you know, we'll talk again. And Lucia says it's done. I'll follow you on other platforms too. Well, thanks very much indeed. I think Twitter and Twitch probably the most important. And also, if you go to Twitter, you will see I have a very lengthy article. The article is like a book. It's called Destiny, Bungie's Masterpiece. And if you are a Destiny veteran, you'll find lots of interesting information there on Destiny overall. right from the beginning. And in fact, I'll send you. Let me see whether I can send you a link. Just a minute. Just hold on line. Hold on for a second. Now I'll try to send it here. See whether I can or not. You'll be able to read it.
Here she comes.
There. I've just sent you the link, and the last link is the one that you will need in order to access the article, and I'm sure you'll find it very much of interest. It's been very greatly appreciated. Lots of people read it, and they learned a lot about Destiny, you know, bits of trivia and everything else. It's been well researched. I used various articles in order to compile, and you know, it gives us a lot of information on how Destiny kind of came to life. And no worries, my pleasure. Just have a look and then let me know what you think. Also, you'll get lots of links to video documentaries. You'll have links for Destiny soundtrack. You know, you'll be able to listen to the soundtrack in full, and lots of interesting bits and pieces. All of them Destiny related. It's been a very, very popular article. Dozens of thousands of people have read it and shared it, and it's been really greatly appreciated. It's an article that kind of brings our community together, because all the facts from Destiny are there. Well, we defeated this Kreuzer's disciple, but
It's over.
this is not what I really wanted to do here, unfortunately.
This is
So
a relief to hear. But Hashladun's presence is no coincidence. The Hive must have grander ambitions for the Pyramid's influences. Return to me. There is much to discuss.
it is, yeah. There is plenty to discuss, and we'll go back to the moon. Yeah, there we are. The link is there. I just copied and pasted that pinned tweet, which is on the very top of my Twitter profile, and it's very, very useful. I was to run various other community forums on my blog, but they've not really materialized as yet. I run another big hub dedicated to film industry called Film Dialogue, so if you're interested you can check it out as well. And Gaming Dialogue was set up as an experiment. I want to see what sort of interactivity and responses I would get from the gaming community, and it turned out to be very successful. But the time spent and divided into these two, and therefore I'm sort of juggling both of those hubs. Gaming Dialogue had not evolved to that degree as yet, but it will do in due course. Gaming, the Film Dialogue's been there for quite a while, so I've had it already for how many years? 6 years. And the gaming platform here has been celebrating its 2nd anniversary a couple of weeks ago. So I think in about 4 or 5 years we'll be growing. The growth is usually slow but exponential. Right, I'll still do a bit more and then I'll call it a day. Hope everyone's enjoying the stream. It's been really very entertaining. We've had a number of our community members popping in and saying hello. Really greatly appreciated. We had Lucia discussing lots of Destiny related issues together with us, which was very appreciated, and look forward to seeing and hearing all the other guys, but I must admit I've not heard from the vast majority for many months. The largest number of our Destiny veterans is from the US, and we know full well that in the US there have been lots of difficulties, all coronavirus pandemic related, so that must be the reason for the lack of participation and communication. I've had quite a number of our friends telling me that they had to discontinue with their online subscriptions and the internet connections because they wanted to cut down on the expense. So if that's the case, then obviously, you know, they are stranded, they will not be able to connect to the internet, and that explains the absence. But I'm just hoping that everyone is healthy, safe and well, particularly amongst the mature gamers. We had quite a number of people who were 60 plus here, people who were playing video games from the 70s up, and always worried about, you know, some of our friends if we do not hear from them for a little while. Just hoping that the new guys will not be racing through this. I need to get the score done. Looks like the same guys are there. I don't want to do that. I want to really definitely get out. The same guys were going to be doing it yet again, and I really don't want to be racing. I want the strike to be enjoyable and entertaining. So we'll go back and, in fact, I'll just have a look whether there's another quest or another activity that may well be more beneficial. Strikes, Gambit, or the Crucible. We'll go to the Crucible, actually, because the Crucible will provide us with a few more enemies. No, I got it wrong. I was about to say we need to go to Gambit, but then on the other hand, as we're doing everything on the moon, yeah, we'll go back to the same. I was just surprised to discover that there weren't that many drops of ammunition on the first run. That was a bit surprising and a bit unexpected. We'll try to complete the quest and then we call it a day. We already had roughly 4 hours of Destiny broadcast today, so a very good broadcast in fact. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. Plenty of community-based activity. We talked quite a lot with our friends and some action. I was very pleased with what we achieved with the altars, because initially there were hardly any people there, but then a very good team came in and we just rocked, literally destroyed everyone, reached tier 6 step by step, collected all the rewards, and that was very pleasant to see. I must admit, already for the second day running, once I went there was nobody at all doing the altars, but then as 2 of us kicked off with some activity, other people joined. And for the altars and for escalation protocol, you do need at least half-dozen experienced players, because the number of enemies and the timing and everything else is stressful, requires attention, knowledge and skill, as well as weaponry and everything else. Do you have anyone else together with me? I just can't believe that I'm being brought back into the same lot yet again. That's ridiculous. I mean, honestly, I'm astounded by it. It's myself and this other chap. That Mexico is still there. I mean, how on earth can that be? dropped and I died. That was very unfortunate. Contact has been made in the Rapture on Io. Use Drifter's tech to harvest the darkness with the artifact while driving back. Okay. Well, this is the answer. Our friend was asking us at what time will the reset take place, and this is the answer. So given him actually the answer that was 100% correct. I'm very pleased for that. Yet again, I have no ammunition. And these guys are racing. I don't want to be racing. Not very good, is it? It's lengthy grinds, you know? It's like no ammunition in here. For my heavy. Yet again, no ammunition, and yet again, no team effort. Thank you. Well, there's some team effort now, so thank you for that. I don't believe that I'm getting absolutely no heavy ammunition at all. Didn't pick up one pack. The whole silly strike. It's really quite ridiculous. Picked up one but didn't see it. That's really odd. Fell into the abyss. Well, that's the second run here, and I'm not happy with this strike and the way the other guys are doing it, so we'll do something else like Gambit. I think is most likely. So in Gambit we get lots of different enemies and hopefully a lot more ammunition. Taking my kills, these guys. Yet again, I have nothing, which is really infuriating. can't believe that I still haven't picked up any ammunition. It's just like nothing. And this grenade launcher is not particularly good either. It's taking me forever to get those kills. These guys didn't even wait for me. That's really too bad, isn't it?
Here she comes.
You see that? Thank you. Oh, that's too bad, really. Killed for the second time in there. Respawning 8, 7. Thank you. Well, I better be a bit more careful now. It's dreadful that there's no ammunition at all. It's just like really crazy. How am I to be completing it? Let's see.
It's over. Hashladoon is dead.
This is a relief to hear. But Hashladoon's presence is no coincidence. The Hive
Black
must
energy
have
weapon,
grander
but I'm not
ambitions for
getting
the
any of
pyramid's
that.
influences.
Not getting ammunition,
Return
look
to
at
me.
this.
There is much to discuss.
6, 5, 6. Right, so we don't want any of that really. 5. None of those are useful. We'll do some Gambit. Not done any Gambit for a little while. In fact, we've not done it since we started broadcasting this version. No. The version that is on Xbox Game Pass. Right, we better go then to our friend Iron Banner. Collect bounties. Oh, no. We need to really complete the quest first of all. Valor rank points as well given. It's funny because our friend Radioactive asked us about the timing and gave him the correct time, so it's basically at 6 PM. 6 PM UK time, 7 PM continental, and that's 10 o'clock Pacific. So what did I want to do? I want to go and do some Gambit. Okay. Before we do that, I want to look at the bounties. Right, back to destinations, back to Gambit, I think. Let me see, what have we got? The Reckoning. Gambit. Gambit Prime. Private match. Tier 1, Tier 3. Okay, let's see. Why? Probably because I've not done Tier 1, I wanted to jump the gun. What are the mods in here? Solar Singe, solar damage increases slightly from all sources, grenade abilities, okay, so that's quite good. That's exactly what I wanted. I just need to pick up a bit more ammunition and then we'll see whether we'll get our scores, we'll see. I only managed to do like 20 or odd enemies from 100 in there. That's because there was no ammunition drops anywhere, there was nothing. And that's really annoying. I thought I was going to be able to polish it off rather fast, and yet again, like many other times, I was completely mistaken. Guns. Same weapon can roll with different perks. Try them all to see which perk is right for you. Yes, we try that. Depending on what subclass you like the best, you know. If you like Void, you look for Void perks, and if you like Solar, you go for Solar or Arc, depending on what works the best for you. I think for my Warlock, it's always Void. For my Hunter, it's a combination of Void and Solar, and for my Titan it's all three really, but Arc works quite well on the Titan with Arc snipers. Titan is the fastest amongst the three, but as you've seen in PvP, Hunter still pops up as the most popular by far. I think that's 65-70% of those participating in Guardian games were choosing the Hunter. Okay, we got somebody else in there. Superior Slovsky is there. Okay. Oh, you got some ammunition. Don't know what's going on. I nearly got killed in there, look at that. $24. It's just not very many, is it? The derelict. Come on, somebody else needs to revive me. Go on. Ammunition for my heavy. That's ridiculous as well. This jump doesn't work when I'm running in there. Sniper killed me yet again. Well, we've been past the tier. It's a bit annoying because I revived other guys several times and nobody bothered to revive me. Acapella, I call it. Acapella.
Are you frightened? Perhaps you should be.
What kind of loot did I get? Didn't look like anything. Standing there.
them apart.
Alright, so let's see what can be done in there, but I need that ammunition for my heavy. Where on earth did it go? And what happened to my weapon now? It's all going wrong. Look at this. My weapon's malfunctioning, I'm afraid. Yet that sniper is not. You know, it's a bit annoying. I revived the other guys like a few times already. They do not bother to revive me even once. Not really very sporty, is it? Oh, I've got some now, okay. Must make sure that I get the best possible kills with so little weapon, so little ammunition. Now, how many do I get now? Is it 30 or not? No, thank you. Another one got me. Look at that. Thank you. Kill. Oh, I need to get rid of that sniper. Forgot about him. It's very powerful. Now we all got killed. Superior Snovsky and me and the other. We're all dead. Okay. So I better get my sniper. What's happened to him now? Well. Don't believe it. Got killed yet again. Thank you. I can't believe I still haven't got any ammunition. There's absolutely no ammunition for me now.
You seek to strengthen your role in the Dredgen's game, but power is not guaranteed.
Did I get any of it? What did I get? Nothing. Let's see. 2004, 2004, 2007, 2006.
The Nine possess theories about your kind. Let's test them.
Well, this is quite tricky, as you can see, but I'm not getting my ammunition yet again. It's so annoying. Probably have to just go to straightforward gambit. I want to complete this today, and the whole thing is just extending and extending, and I don't want to do that. Thank you. I got killed as well. Wow, basically we're all dead. The enemies are very strong. Oh, that's dreadful. killed already. Well, I'm afraid I'll have to go to Gambit because I definitely need to be getting more ammunition. So that's no fun. Alright. And I'm hungry, and the broadcast is sort of carrying on, which is not what I intended to do. I was to wrap it up already at 6 o'clock. But, well, let's wait and see. Maybe this activity will help us, but I'm not getting a lot of ammunition for this, and grenade launchers are really bad. Really not helping. Really not helping. 24. I didn't get like one kill in the Reckoning, and that's just ridiculous. Well, let's hope that Gambit's gonna do the job. If not, then what? I don't know. Well, Crucible definitely is not advised for that. I'll have a look at it again. Gambit, Crucible. Yeah, okay, grenade launcher, final blows and strikes, Gambit or the Crucible. Well, some paths didn't seem to work too well for me. Can certainly vouch for that.
Enough fooling around. Fallen on the horizon.
Right, so let's see. Let's see whether we are to be succeeding in here.
Time for a
Well,
gun.
I'm banking on it.
Six fronts. Twilight Gang. The Fallen have a bad on force. Get them first. All right, hold on to something. Get ready for a firefight, brother, and drop those motes in the bank. Hostiles at the pit.
hostiles at the pit. Got some mods, that's good.
Hostiles incoming at the slums.
You see this dreadful internet lag here from my end. It's like we're surrounded by all these mods, couldn't collect any because all the other mates picked them up. So I need to go and deposit these before they're all lost. Ah, it's locked.
Incoming hostiles at the canal.
Deposit mods.
Take and run popping up on the enemy side. Good. Allies headed to the other side.
How is this going to work when... Oh no, 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 no. It all
Your
went
allies
wrong.
dead. Sending them back. Primeval. Bank those moats. Hostiles incoming at the slums. You're close. Fill the bank, you get a Primeval. Invader incoming. Opposing team's got a Primeval. Once it dies, they win. Portal's up. Go take them out. Invader down. You're clear.
Did we get that Primeval or not?
Allies invading the other side. Hey, your team has enough to pull a Primeval.
I need that heavy ammunition for my quest. What is going on?
Portal's ready. Grab your gun. Your allies
And now I
invading
got
the other
killed.
side.
Oh, go away. Go away. Thank you.
Almost.
Oh,
Bank and get that primeval out there. Your allies
They're
down.
losing
but
this match
your
by the looks of
swords
it.
few. Not bad. Invaders here. Brace yourself. You're not out of this yet. Kill that primeval. Portal's ready. Grab your gun. Envoy's dead.
This is just not working out at all for me today. What is going on? Must be just me a bit tired. It's been a
Your allies
lengthy,
invading the other side.
lengthy broadcast, and forgot about the heavy ammunition. The reason they've done it is that you need to be grinding it for so long.
Watch your back. Invader incoming. Portal's up.
Yeah, the invader killed me.
Invader down. You're clear. Gambit's over. Opposing team put their primeval on ice.
I don't think I got one kill in here. Like one. No, that's just too bad, really.
Opposing team, that's the way to do it. And your team's horrible. Just kidding. Get ready to drop.
It's a lengthy grind, I'm afraid.
Let's get back to it. Get those moats to the bank.
No, we'll do a different strategy. I was trying to get that heavy ammunition. Didn't do anything properly. To get that primeval up as soon as possible.
Incoming hostiles at the canal. Small blocker outbound. Hostiles at the pit. Portals ready. Hostiles incoming at the
Ah.
swamps.
Didn't see him, I thought he was dead. Thank you.
Allies headed to the other side. Invaders down and out. They're heading back.
One. I walked through at least a dozen.
Portals prime. Go make it match. Your allies invaded.
Well, it's turning out to be rather difficult. I didn't expect it to be as difficult as this. Okay, looks like we're doing better this time, so that's good.
Your invaders back, and they scored a kill. Invader on the field. Careful. Invader down. You're clear. Incoming hostiles at the canal. Hey, your team has enough to pull a primeval.
Well, let's pull that primeval. Let's just finish this.
You're close. Fill the bank, you get a primeval. Bank and you'll summon a primeval. You want to win? That's how.
I don't see now where it is.
Get those moves
Where
to
is
the
it?
bank. It's time for a primeval. Hostiles at the pitch. You've summoned a primeval. Kill it, and the win is yours.
Alright. Come on, let's do it.
Primeval compromised. Focus your fire. Vader inbound.
Oh, where was he?
Portals ready. Grab your... Invaders off the field. Your allies invaded.
Don't know what killed me. Something did.
Portals ready. Go say hello. Primeval's dead. Nice.
Okay, that was good. Completed it. Well, let's win the third round and then we call it a day, I think.
Your
Not having
team's
much
attack.
joy with
Bet big and go for broke. All right, hold on to something. Portal's ready.
Unfortunately, I was not able to complete my quest. That's what I was striving towards, but looks like sticking to that strike might be the best option.
Incoming.
That's surprising, really. But then on the Crucible, he's already invading. We only have started. Crazy. both in the Crucible and Gambit we don't get much heavy
Get
ammunition.
him next time. Envoy's dead. Kill the primeval.
Well, that's a different strategy. He invaded immediately in order to attack us. So we need to find out where he is.
You're being invaded. Find them before they find you. Team's behind.
Well, that Primeval's up too quick, I think.
Enemy invader down. You can the Legion. Sometimes I forget you killed a god or two.
Yeah, my super defeated him, so that's good. Alright.
Shooting like that, since an Iron Lady named Ephrodite ruined my bar. Dark Age was wild times. Good work.
We need to get out of here, and we need to get back into that strike, because I want to complete this today if at all possible. Just hoping that the other guys will not be racing, because when they race it's more difficult for me to get my scores, and it's been a bit challenging in here. I thought by entering Reckoning and doing a Gambit would get it easier, but actually that's not the case, and the answer is simple. It's just the way they built the whole activity here, which needs to be very grindy. Okay. Just hoping that somebody will not be racing, and therefore I'll be in possession of some more ammunition. Getting my scores. Look at this. 24 out of 100, and all of that activity has been put in. Not a happy state of affairs, we'd say over here. So actually the strike seems to be the best bet, although I didn't consider it to be, but still it is very austere with ammunition. Well, down to you really, your preference. You can do it together with some friends, but it will take a bit of time. If you're asking yourselves what is it doing, well, the answer is very simple. It's the quest here called Essence of Insanity, right? Cleansing this essence, etc. And it's called Essence of Insanity for good reason. it is insanely lengthy. It's like an insane grind. Nevertheless, we'll complete it. We got 1/4 done, and I'll try to it's done. But don't take my kills. It's so hard to get my ammunition. Lots of people are just completely oblivious to the tasks, and that's so annoying. I need to lag behind and wait until he's gone, and then I'll do my own enemies.
I must once again ask you to venture into the dark.
It was a mixed bag today, I must admit.
Guardian.
With some of the co-op, some people were helpful, but the vast majority were not doing revives or anything, and it's just didn't seem to be really as friendly as usual. Lots of people doing a cappella, and that is not what we want to see in here. Let's face the facts. Very hard to get to that heavy ammunition. Just want to make sure that I tackle the enemies which are not attacked by my teammates in here, because otherwise I'll get no scores, no kills, and we know that in here we need to get 100. Okay, at least something. I managed to get a few. So that's even 2. Oh, 34. Well, I should have done this strike from the very beginning, but nevertheless we have a bit of a nice variety, and it's always interesting for the viewers. Yeah, it's just the 2 of us, which makes it also easier. An eye on any incoming ammunition, so if you see any, just ping it, tell me where it is. They're resisting, aren't they? A bit strange. My heavy ammunition. So we get all of that secondary. Got plenty of secondary when you don't need it. What's this?
bridge is lowering. Let's move.
Still no ammunition. He's using his bow. Okay. Adventurous. Ammunition. It looks like literally 6 rounds per strike. It's ridiculously low.
Do you feel it as I do, Guardian? The hatred as pure and potent as sunshine, soaking through your skin. Your deeds have inspired an abiding fear and hatred in the Hive. But now there's something more. You've been to where they long to go. Communed with the very object of their worship. Beneath the hatred lies a dreadful awe. Lower still, gnashing, searing envy.
At least in this strike it's turning out to be like a proper activity. That's what we expect it to be, compared to the other ones where guys are really doing speedruns and racing and missed out on half the content. Still nothing. Oh, he's got a guitar, look at this, that's pretty good. Just 34, and that's right at the beginning. Oh goodness me. Well, we'll call it a day after this strike. I'm a bit tired, and I'm trying to do impossible really. I'm trying to get as many scores as possible, where in fact it's just no ammunition for it, and essence of insanity. And I wonder if we call it insanity. It does take a little while. And I tried all activities. I tried strikes, gambit, and reckoning. Still the same problem persisted. No ammunition anywhere. Now what can I tell you? No ammunition. That's all there is. And I need that ammunition
Here she comes.
in order to complete the quest. been standing there all by myself. It's my error really. Thank you. Again.
Eris, it's over. Hashladun is dead.
This is a relief to hear. But Hashladun's presence is no coincidence. The Hive must have grander ambitions for the Pyramid's influences. Return to me. There is much to discuss.
So you could see some jolly partners in there. And we've come to the end really of our broadcast for today. I was unable to complete the quest that we're presently doing here, Shadowkeep. It's called Essence of Insanity, and I'll have to be doing that tomorrow, I'm afraid, because we basically have run out of time. I'm tired, I need to get my dinner, and we kind of extended the broadcast for almost 90 minutes, which was unexpected, but with no result. So we'll just go back to the tower really rapidly, do a bit of admin, and then we call it a day for today. Tomorrow we'll carry on as usual from 2 o'clock PM, so for all of you Destiny veterans, community members and participants, you can come back and we'll talk again. We'll look at all the activities and discuss everything Destiny related, starting tomorrow from 2 o'clock PM. What's tomorrow? Wednesday. Time flies when you're having fun, right? And today is... well, we're coming towards the end of the month. I think it's the 30th, isn't it? See? 29th of September. The 30th tomorrow. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I certainly had a lot of fun, and it was an interesting broadcast. We had several community members popping in, having a chat, talked a lot about Destiny and all Beyond Light related. And then lots of fierce activity, completed altars, did Strikes, Gambit and the Reckoning, all in good faith. But I have to say, the Essence of Insanity is slightly insane. It's very grindy, does take a while, there's no ammunition, and we're also using one of the poorest heavy weapons in the game, which is one of those rocket launchers, grenade launchers. I will probably use another one compared to the one that's been equipped. Didn't seem to do the job, and it seemed like really off mark with aiming. Considering you get just 1 or 2 magazines, then you want to make the best use of it. I don't think Gambit would be able to capitalize, but didn't manage to get a lot of heavy ammunition for whatever reason. Hardly any was accessible. Oh, look at this beautiful universe on my massive 55-inch Bravia. Really mouth-watering. Can watch it every day, the whole day. Right. So first of all, we need to see what we picked up. One very good engram. Exotic engram. So we'll get... oh, Felwinter Helm. That's very good. That's very good. Look at this. Hang on. So where is it now? Suddenly I can't see it anywhere. This is the one. So we want to see what Helmet Felwinter's helm. Ability, resilience, recovery, discipline. Powered melee kills create a burst of energy that weakens nearby enemies. Okay. So we'll have empty mod socket, price shooting, projectile. Energy level 5, look at it, it looks amazing. Take a screenshot of this as well.
It's nice to have Fenchurch back, or at least it's back as an absentee event.
What cipher is this?
You all thought we were crazy, but now Dead Orbit seems pretty sane, right?
The Iron Banner awaits. Find opponents. Your might. To give your life so that others may live. To the highest calling. The I Ride.
Ah, good. Schematics for this structure do not reveal the again. The dead orbit job?
How's the world, huh? Everything's still there.
Is best. The Iron Banner is the old way.
else went there?
Acknowledge.
Right, so that's quite 10-10. One upgrade module.
All done.
To the war cult meeting tonight.
Let's get you. If I remember.
Is there anything that we can get rid of? Is the thing it was, but we'll have a good look again. Right.
The time has come, Guardian.
Come check out
The Iron Banner.
Spares in the velocity.
Annihilate their glory.
There's another double.
Has returned.
Valkyrie. Missions. Rewards in. Quite good dust is in here. To tell foxes, you know, something to forget.
Production is down 30.
Not a s- isn't it?
Not good.
Still nothing. Oh, there's a 750. Two of these as well. Thorum.
No.
Got it.
I won't forget. Solving problems out in the world.
That's giving me some mech.
Take a look. What do you need?
Some cross. For if we go any
Every little bit. Needs some.
Might feed over time with respite. You have what it takes.
Great.
Vigilant started quite being sick.
Come check. Well,
I remember this.
okay.
This is a great challenge.
Well, instead of walking,
To this tower.
there we are. Let's see whether he has anything for us.
You ready to bang knuckles?
Much. Just had a couple of runs in there.
Watch your back.
Rank quests.
Try saying that 5 times fast.
Let's see. Hand can. Want to see what power level these weapons. No, it's slightly below. Fortunately, our window is very right. Quickly, and then say good day, and continue 2 or 3 times due to some serious technical issues on Twitch. And I think some of those have come back, unfortunately. We keep getting some lag, and that's not what I want to see, but there's absolutely nothing I can personally do about it. You, and then beautiful view, our city. Right, thanks for being here with us all. To broadcast of Xbox Game Pass, as usual, Shadowkeep and all the tasks which are of the latest. Well, that will be released in November here on Xbox Game Day, and that's absolutely terrific. So I'm inviting everyone to join the Ultimate. You get free access to the game, all the new content that's going to come our way. Some of the seasonal will still have to be paid. Anyway, plenty of activity today, loads of community discussions. We had excellent. We had some activity in Gambit, some in the Reckoning. All times we've done some strikes, part and parcel of the essence of insanity. Somewhere around 33% with its completion, and we'll carry on tasks tomorrow. So thank you for watching, and I wish you a very good night. We'll carry on tomorrow from 2 o'clock p.m. A very, very good night.